Okay, we're back. Okay, so we're back. Um, Apologies for the update, but we couldn't really help that bit. It took YouTube a minute to realize that we had turned it off and then back on again. And because it took a little bit more than 30 seconds, it disconnected us and I had to start a new stream. It's okay because I updated the title. Let's go keep doing the folly thing. Someone changed our clan message of the day. That's funny. Okay, so 600 Atramentum. Got a little over 100, I think, at the moment. That is a lot of damage. Canvases are usually in a few rooms, it seems. We're gonna plug this one in already because it's right here on the same level, and I don't like the single one on the lower level. I get caught down here and die too frequently. Boop. It also lets us go through the entire lower level and upper level fairly quickly, where I can find these rawr, fine paint, rawr. There's another canvas. There's one. Let's take this to the lower one. Ow! Rude. Dirty. Nice. That's nasty. Those are nasty. So that makes these the apples? These are some pretty grody apples. Hey, one spawned right next to it. That'll guide me to the ink, but not necessarily the, oh. Ironic. As much as I like art therapy, no therapy works if you don't want it to. So this whole forest approach is not helpful. I do think she's probably talking about the Zayerman right now. It's my paint. Leave me alone. Why do you sound like Mathila all of a sudden? They did change something, I can feel it. I win. The Honoria just completed, and I've beaten it like 3 times. Maybe they just added it. Well, 1,200? Holy whoa. Oh, I've got 2 of those now? Darn. Check all the rooms for that stuff. Good advice for a whole bunch of stuff. I don't think she wants me to destroy these balloons, which gives me all the more reason I feel that I should. That was cool. Now she sounds mad. Yeah, so it pays to go find all of the Atramentum balloons, it looks like. That's not confidence inspiring. I don't think you can. Uh, just saying. This might be all memories. But whatever she was before, I'm out of the capsule now, then there's no putting me back in. It's kind of like the closet that way. Gross. Gross. Doot doot doot. Oh, there was another one over there. It's okay. $51. That's enough to get me the third note message. I think I have to go talk to him about them, though. Let me go look something up just for a second. I got 10 of those. Hmm. 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 There doesn't seem to be any guide on collecting it any quicker. But 50 a run is enough to get 600, and if I can manage to get Folly in her gun blueprint, it's a lot cheaper. Because the main blueprints cost twice as much, which is ridiculous. But they've long been requiring people to grind more and more in Warframe, which I just don't understand. It was already a grindy game. Forcing people to grind events, I mean, I understand wanting to have your events, like, get and keep people's attention, but at a certain point, it costs 600 to it costs 1200 to get the final letter, I think. 600 to get the second to last letter. But the crazy thing about that is just the fact that that's as much as one item. You have to completely finish the quest to maybe get one blueprint. And that bugs me just a little bit because I'm sitting here going, I've gotten two of the exact same drop and no other blueprints. The pity system shouldn't be something that most people have to use, I don't think. It just doesn't feel right. If the pity system is something most people have to use, it's not a pity system. It's um here's how you get this thing. Don't even bother trying to get it on drops at that point. And the RNG shouldn't be so bad that we have to abandon the RNG. That's my take on a game that runs on random number generators. We shouldn't have to abandon drop tables that they spent time coding in order to collect enough of something to craft something that everybody's going to need 2 copies of if they want to max out their helmet. So, yeah, it just doesn't make sense if you're going to need 2 of these warframes. And it drops at really low levels. I'm getting 50 apiece, but that's not going to get net me even a single that's not going to net me even a single message per run anymore. And it probably drops more on, granted, it probably drops more on Steel Path, but I feel like this would be difficult to manage on Steel Path. I could do it. My Zephyr could probably do it. Let's go clean house. Oh, that's not even open. Is there anything in this room? There is. There was another drop. See, I keep getting these insignias. I don't want the insignias. I want the blueprints. Thank you. I don't even use that insignia. I'm getting the 5% drop. I'm just getting the wrong 5% drop. God damn it. I'll be messy if I want to. I can leave my fears behind. Doot, doot, doot. Dun, dun, dun. I know they're going for a more horror film, but this is very much an action game, feels, but this is very much an action game, so I don't know how they're gonna manage to do a horror feel without making things significantly different in a way that feels difficult to do this with. It seems like a difficult combination they're going for. Really? Rude. Got 33. That's not too bad. All right, let's see if there's any. There's probably more in the area over here. There. 35. 38. Ack! I hate that there's no monsters right when I need there to be monsters. And then she camps my corpse. You're bad, Folly. And rude. And digging around in my head. I win. I'm gonna go get a snack in a minute. Ah, another medallion. Why are you even giving me medallions that I can't use? I think that's the part that feels disingenuous about this is the whole fact that I can't use most of these medallions I'm getting. I got a couple, but it's ridiculous. It makes me upset. I'm glad people are getting medallions, but it feels weird to give people medallions regardless of their alignment. Because, look, I can't use the one I got there. I can't use the Red Veil ones or the Parent Sequence ones either. So giving them to me is a moot point. And the weird thing to me about it is just while they're useful items, they're only somewhat useful versus the things that I'm trying to get. Because I got two blueprints and yeah, there's just better ways to get those insignias. Like the Syndicate missions that they are associated with instead of Hexus, which is weird that we're not getting Hexus medallions exclusively. I'll be right back. Okay, so we're back. I'm actually gonna go get an energy drink. But yeah, I did the math rundown actually, and I'll come back with it when I get my energy drink. And we are back. So I ran the numbers. If there's 4 blueprints per item, the main blueprint and 3 component blueprints. Some require more, some require less. But I think there's 4 per each, and they have a 5% chance flat of dropping. That's a 20% chance to get one of those items. Conversely, there are 6 syndicate tokens. They have a 5% drop chance, which means that their effective drop chance is a 30% for one of those items. That means, or sorry, there's a 40% drop chance for your blueprints and a hmm, and a 30% chance for your syndicate medallions, which means that there's about a 15% chance of each of the other options being open. Those are considered common, and one's endo and the other one's a credit cache. I don't need credits, and I mean, I always need endo, but you know, everybody always needs endo. But effectively, I can only use a partial amount of those syndicate drop rates because I can't utilize half of those syndicate medallions. And some people will have it worse than me. They won't be able to use 4 or more if they haven't worked on their syndicates. So it gets my attention because while technically they've got a 30% drop chance for one, I can only use 15% of that, half of it. Only half of that drop chance literally matters to me. Which means 15% of the time, I'm getting something I don't need and can't use. And won't ever be able to use. And as far as I know, syndicate medallions are not tradable. So I don't know why I would get it for that reason as well. If it's not tradable, I can't really utilize it. So, yeah, I don't know why they did that. It feels like a placeholder. But this is an Arbiters of Hexus mission. Why are we getting other Syndicate medallions? Just because it's a relay? I mean, I can kind of get that. I can kind of follow that. But again. And I mean, it's useful for everybody too. I also get that. But it's not even the upgraded medallions. It's just the base ass medallions. So, why though? Like, if you were going to give us a good reward, something that feels comparable and on the same tier as a new Warframe that we're having so much trouble dealing with, I feel like this is some hype. I feel like this is some hype. Unnecessary hype, and that's what bugs me. Because there's not going to be monsters that are trapped in here with us unkillable like this. Just saying. My pets are killing everything, and I'm going to die because of it. Oh, maybe not. I only have 24 of this stuff. I really wish more of it would drop. It's so necessary that the low drop rate feels oppressive. I've been playing this game for 13 years. I've never had a quest that requires you to grab over 1,000 of a resource to be able to make one part of a blueprint. One part of it. Not even the whole blueprint. Just part of a blueprint. The main part. And it's not even to craft it. Bet she's going to require even more to craft. Because it's her signature resource. So I don't understand it. This feels very sluggy. I don't dislike the game mode or the mission at all. I think it's creative as hell. But I don't think it was balanced right in terms of how long it takes versus rewards. I've got 2 boosters on. They don't seem to be doing a whole lot. So, I'm not really sure what to say about that other than yeah, I'm trying, but if you want the mission to take this long, make the items that people are going to want to craft take less time because they'll feel more accomplished personally and be able to put up with more of it. Or just yeah, either make it drop faster and increase the requirements for your quest or decrease the crafting requirements. Because yeah. See, I only got 38 this time. And I don't think I missed anything. Oh, no, in here. 43. Let's see if that corner one's open. Find paint. I'm trying to find paint. The loot paint. That shoulder one isn't open, but that had a loot. That shoulder isn't open either. We're scared of the balloons because they look vaguely like Vitoplast. Please give me something I need. Damn! Only 1,000 endo. I think I got the required amount for the thing though. Maybe I visit this guy in the thingy. Yeah, 1,200, and it requires the same amount to buy this. So I'm just gonna give you guys another visual comparison because I visited this guy on one of the relays before. But like serious. I'm feeling very what the nugget, dude. And I get it. It's a brand new Warframe. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, 1,200 for that. 1,200 for that. The same amount for all three of these. Yeah. And it's not worth buying any of them until I have most of them. Hey, they didn't require you to craft it, her with it, though. Okay. Okay, respect there. I was wrong on the crafting materials, but still. Let's do this on Steel Path. See if it gives us anything extra. If it gives me a second roll or more of that stuff, I guess I'll be happy. I think I'm gonna get less likely just because I'm not able to kill things as efficiently. Which means the thingy has to be over here. Boop. Boof. Really? Okay, I feel like I'm getting more attramentum from the drops in here, which is good. Mm. 13. 31. And I'm only on the lower level at the moment. Oh! Nope! Oh! Not friendly. Let's go this way. There's always a pot there. And there's sometimes... Why am I not regenerating? There's a canvas. Four. I am getting more from this. Oh. Teleported on me. Not open. But that one is. Got 57 already. I feel like this is a good sign. Boop on snoot with oops. Boop. Jingle. So we've got 62 of it there. I want to defeat the... I want to get this one that's over here, because this one's in the main room. Was that something doing slash dash? Doot, doot, doot. That'll show me where another bit of ink is. There was not much more. Let's see if it gives us more rolls. Okay, we did get some steel essence. We did get some atramentum from it. Okay. We're gonna do it again. Since we're getting 72, it's a little bit more worthwhile. Still mildly tempted to grab my Zephyr and do it that way. Because she demolishes objects. There's gotta be somewhere that the... Boop. That's right. Folly's aura deals stupid amounts of damage. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting more atramentum on average from each drop. I don't know if that's true. Those are both closed, so I don't have to worry about anything in those rooms. Crap, that was not intentional. Nope, 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 nope. She blocked off that corridor. That's such an annoying power for her to have. I'm just gonna block this corridor. That was not intentional either, and I need to stop doing that. Probably. Yeah, this is a really rough game mode on Steel Path. Seriously? Why do those not count as enemies? They follow you around and attack you. Why did that... Ah! Why did it have to emergent savior me when I was already degenerating that? Also, I have a 777 amp. That thing is supposed to be useful. $65. Okay, so it's over here. Damn it! It was a really bad place to have that pop up. Seriously? That's closed off? That's so irritating. She changes which parts of which corridor she closes off every time. And then puts herself right in my way. She's not evil? Tell me again? You don't have any boundaries, Folly. Yeah, this would go significantly better with a different warframe, I think. I win. Dang. Yeah, we get about half again as much in Steel Path. Where is it? Need a little bit more. Let me see what my last mission results was. Oh. One set of systems, one set of chassis. I can start building those that now. Um, yeah, yeah. Cool. Ooh, let me change my. Now I can heal in both my void form and my regular form. And I know that she's not often considered for Steel Path. I really do. And I get why, but I do think that under certain conditions, like this one, where the goal isn't necessarily to kill monsters, but to get through an area, I feel like Marie being able to both increase your speed, stun enemies, and cause damage is an excellent option. Already got 30 Atramentum. Threats don't work in therapy most of the time, just saying. There's a good chance that there's going to be one either up here or down here. I'm going to go re-up my buffs. Because they're more powerful down here, but she can infinitely restore them to maximum. Also, she's invisible in the air, so it's one of those things that allows you to get away from Folly fairly easily. We may not find any more because I've already got 65, but we're going to keep looking. Okay, so we need to re-up her buffs. It's not open. Is that open? I think 65 means I've got all of them. That might be Nitok. I hate that there's that drop right as I... Another set of systems. Darn it. I just need the Neuros in the base main blueprint. But there's that other problem with it. Like, as you get the pieces you need, it becomes harder to get the other pieces you need. So having that 5% boost isn't always great. To so many different things. Because I'm probably going to go back to getting freaking... After those 2 items, I'm probably going to go right back to getting insignias. Watch. If it proves me wrong and gives me like the main blueprint this time, I'm going to be a little bit salty, but also happy. The RNG of this game is notoriously coincidental that way. That one's not open. That one's not open. That one's open. 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 Not in there, but there is a dish in there. Dish in there. Which means it has to be in one of these two. There's our ink. And there's our mirror, or painting. Ow. That hurt. What she calls light, we call void, but that's okay. $24. Get all the loot. Shoop. Shoot. Shoot. Whoop. Shoot. Whoop. I knocked myself down with that one. Okay, there's the third one. I have 50. $58. Who's at 67? um. I swear that slash dash. No one can prove to me otherwise, frankly. If you want to tell me what your thoughts are, I trust you to do that, Marie. That's right. I might have to go back down to the first level again. Oh, nope, there's one. Ack. I'm gonna go get this one because it's in my least favorite position, with one way in and one way out. Doot doot doot. I win. Hehehehe. Hey! It proved me wrong. Because of course it did. I'm gonna have to keep playing these until I have the gun blueprints too, but if I have enough of this Armantium to do that, honestly, I should just save it. So I need another 500 to finish the quest. Yeah, let's do it. Since I can do it with Wisp on Steel Path, or Marie, in this case, on Steel Path, this works really well. Apparently, if you don't have Wisp, having anything that will boost your hit points will do, or provide regeneration. Both is better. Yeah, I'm gonna go and look in each of these rooms before I start out, just because that means that I know where they are and which ones are open versus which ones aren't, and where to look. Yay, scouting! Is that second one open? It might not be. It's not. Okay, cool. The paint doesn't spawn until I get close to it, though, so. There's some ink. If I can, I try to manage the one that spawns on the bottom with just the ink. Hey, I've never seen one spawn in there. That one's not open. I don't think we drank paint, but that's an interesting thing. Boop. I've never heard her say that one. It's in that one I don't like again. Bet. Oh. Other side of this one. Doesn't look like any Atramentum spawned in here. Some spawned right there, though. And right there. We've got 32, so we've got about half of what I think spawns in here by default. I'm pretty sure 65 to 67 is what spawns in here. Unless that's getting boosted by my booster, which I don't think it is because it's a quest item. And they also don't do it with other similar things like Kome pearls, fate pearls, and all of that. $66. That's probably all that we're gonna find. Which means the one I don't like has got to be active. Oh, hey. More Atramentum than usual. I like it. I don't think she's allowed to fully cut areas off. Dun dun dun. I really hope I get the Neuroptics this time just because that would allow me to start crafting something. Please, please, for the stew. That was a weird effect. Systems again. Darn it. Yeah, I have a 5% chance to get the item I need, a 15% chance to start getting the gun, and an ever-present 30% chance to get nothing I need. Plus, whatever other rando stuff. Like a 60% chance to get nothing I need. Which is mildly frustrating. Maybe if I do it a few more times. I've just hit 700, just over 700, so. There's some paint. There's one of the graphs. There's a second graph, which means the third one's gotta be down there still. That one's closed. That one's open. Open. Which... Hold on. How is that possible? There has to be a third mirror. There. Okay, there has to be a third shadow graph. Sorry. Boopity. Polly hunts. That activates these. Where is the thingy? There's the thingy. Ah. Well, that sucked. We've got 20. Oh no, I've completed C. That's right. $36. 40. 48. 61. 66. 71. Nice. I think that's about all we're gonna find. So I'm gonna start filling these things. Let's go drop this one in here. Because this one's in a no way out area. Nope. Not that way. I should have known that corridor would have been blocked somewhere. It's always been blocked somewhere. Not anymore, you can't. Boop, I win. I really hope I got the neuroptics this time. Neuros. Or the other main blueprint. I'm cool with either. Chassis. I'm going to take a moment and use the restroom. I realized I didn't turn my mic back on. Apologies. I got the barrel of the gun though, which is nice. That's 600 less that I need. And now I'm actually at a 20% chance to get an item that I need. I think I'm getting better drop chances on Steel Path for whatever reason. I kind of love the navigation room though. Let's go collect the stuff. Got 23, which is strange because normally there's a lot more. I think this is confirming my theory that, like, all of the Atramentum doesn't spawn until later. See, because now we've got 51. $59. There might be one or two more. Mm-hmm. 62. Hmm. For some reason, that doesn't sit with me well. Boop. Please give me the neuros. Bum bum bum. I really do. I really do want those neuroptics. Or the main blueprint of the gun. Nope. Insignia. $600. 1,200. I still don't like that I'm getting insignias and that it becomes harder to get the parts that I need, especially because those insignias. I've got a 20% chance to get an item I need and a 30% chance for an insignia. 15% of that 30% is those insignias I can't use. I want to see what happens if I do them in order from A, B to C. Ow. I think she cleans the outside of the cup, but not the inside. What do you think? I don't believe you. I wonder where the third graph is. Supposed to be around here somewhere. 74. Usually that means it's over here. I've already... Oh. Thought I'd already been in here. Please give me the neuros or the gun's main blueprint because it's spendy. Doot doot doot. Crossing fingers? Come on, mission complete. Honored mark. What? Oh, it's a red veil token. Now I'm upset. Because now my steel path runs have gotten as trashy as my regular runs. Okay, but I have so much more ink and than you've given me credit for. Neuro stock receiver main blueprint for the gun. That's all I need. No, you are not, Marie. But sometimes I literally can't be in your head. Apparently, it does not allow me to pick this up with Marie. What? I'm pretty sure that was Albrecht, actually. Marie. Not to be rude, but I'm still pretty sure that was Albrecht. Like, guaranteed our technology is pretty indistinguishable from magic, but still. The third grab has to be in that room I don't like. Boop. Oh, the chassis again. Yeah, so the Atramentum doesn't start spawning until you've got the first bit of ink in. That door. Ah, damn it. It was such a jerk thing to do. Not open. $57. That one's not open. damn it! Why? Boof. There should be one more. There it is. Why do I always keep getting the same pieces? I'm slightly frustrated. I keep rolling parts I don't need. That one's not even open. She's very bad at inspiring confidence. Whoever that is. That was some ridiculousness. Why do they strain? Why do they drain your mana though? That's such a bull. Like every single one of them too. Every single one of them drains your. See, every single one of them drains your mana, and then you can't utilize any of your powers once you're actually in the match. That I understand why it's unfun for people. I really do. This is an oppressive mission type. Don't use any of your abilities, but survive. There's the main blueprint again, so at least I can make Folly twice, but I mean, I actually need the gun. I need the gun. That's That's what I need. Or the Neuros. I really need the freaking Neuros. I just wish I wouldn't keep getting all of the stuff. I can't refuse the Shadowcraft's pull because RNG is bullshit. Excuse my language. At least for this mission, the RNG is terrible. I've had to play this mission, it feels like 10 times. And I've gotten 3 parts and maybe enough to buy a 4th. Maybe. Or 2 parts or a blueprint, because you've tripled the price on the blueprint for whatever reason you decided to do that, DE. Yes, I'm talking to DE right now. I've been with your game for 13 years. I remember when people used to grind to infinite levels and break the scaling just to get resources, and you told us that we would never have to do that again. And I'm feeling like maybe that's not the case and you didn't mean it. Which is not a great way to go once you've already given Honorias to people and you've said you don't want to lock mastery ranks behind the Founders pack anymore. I think that is gonna inspire a bit of distrust, and you guys have been the target of distrust before. So I love your game. I've stuck with it for 13 years. But I don't think you understand what you're doing right now. Because I understand it's a neat idea to be able to get any Syndicate medallion from this mission, but the fact that you only get one, they're the lowest quality Syndicate medallion, so they don't feel like a rare drop because I can go get 6 from one of my Syndicate missions. I feel like there's a fundamental balancing issue with this, especially because I haven't even placed down anything yet, and I have no mana to cast anything. You've made it so that even the recommended Warframe has to prep the field before they can even do this mission. Or they just have to do it with less hit points, which makes it significantly harder. You guys really need to stop messing with people's ability to use their abilities, because if you're going to turn off all of our air support and our other unlockables that we spent time to unlock, like our on-call crew, disabling our abilities too is a lot, guys. Especially when the monsters in question are this powerful. This is ridiculous. You're throwing AoE ancient disruptors at us, and there's no way to not get hit by them because of the AoE of their ability, their stuff, their pathing, and the narrow corridors. It's playable. I'm winning these matches. That's not the point. Just because it's playable doesn't mean it's fun. I've been testing games a long time. I've been playing games longer. But this feels... It feels like if this is where Warframe is going, we're not going to get as many new players as we want. Just saying. Because it feels like we're adding more things for new players to contend with rather than things to help them. I feel like new players would get lost in this mission even on regular mode. Yeah, because I'm gonna die because of how this mission is set up. The facsimiles can attack you and cause damage, and they're not considered enemies. What is with this, guys? This is some BS. This is a badly designed mission. I'm sorry, DE, but it's badly designed. Do better. Do better. I know you can. I'm not complaining because there's not enough loot. I'm not complaining because the mission's too hard, and I'm not complaining because it's an oppressive mission. But all of those things put together, I don't think I don't think this mission, same with mirror defense, is going to be something that new players engage with. I don't think it's going to retain them, and I think they're only going to do it long enough to get the loot and then stop playing it. And you guys have already tried to revamp and QOL those mission types, but there's a huge group of players that don't like mirror defense simply for the fact of you having to move between things all the time. I can't imagine that those players would like this gameplay. I can't imagine that those same players would be able to abide this gameplay. And I know that I'm sounding really haughty right now, and like I have a right to talk, and I know that in a certain sense I've got a right to my opinion, even if it's a bad one. My other point being, though, that I've been playing video games my whole life. I'm trying to design games myself, and balancing is always one of those horrible. It's the dread teeter-totter. You can't keep everybody happy, but I feel like when a large group of people of your community are saying, hey, these mission types are difficult and a pain in the butt, the only proper response is to go, okay, what can we do? Stealth missions are better now ish. They're still not great, but they're not as bad as they used to be. But when things can juggle you on the ground like that and then degen your hit points at half of your hit points a thing, dude, you saw that. I went from 1,000 hit points to 200 hit points just about. I've got a lot of hit points. I just feel like all of the facets of this difficulty are tuned too high. And for whatever reason, the drop chances aren't great. I mean, I keep getting items, but they're the same items, and you can tell me that's RNG all you want, but I don't think it is. This is ridiculous. I've I've completed a night wave with this. I'm starting to get frustrated. I've almost completed the quest, and I've got 4 chassis blueprints, 4 systems blueprints, and 2 main blueprints for Folly. And 2 barrels. And no other item drops. And really? 1,000 endo? wow. It just, for such a difficult mission, for having to basically do a survival that gets harder as you go on and drains your powers, it doesn't feel right. And I'm not one to complain about missions that I don't like just because I don't like them. But wow, it's just it's a lot, this mission. On a tile set that, yeah, some people spend a lot of time on, but it's new to me. I've never played aid missions in these tile sets before, and I don't think anybody has. It feels like this is definitely setting the stage for things attacking our relays again, which I don't like. So, this does not bode well. This mission does not bode well in any of the senses for this community, I don't think. And you're, by all means, have different opinions than me. I don't care. I'm, I wish I had better opinions of this mission, but you have to discover the quest objectives in the first frickin' place. On everything else that has multiple quest objectives, they give us a location. There's so much that there's so much in this mission that changes the assumptions of the game in uncomfortable manners that I'm not okay with. And it doesn't even bother me that it's repetitive. It bothers me that you have to do it so many times to get a worthwhile amount of loot so you can build the things that you're supposed to get from it. And then just yeah. And then it just, you play through this whole mission hoping to get a part, and you get items you can't even use and will never be able to use because gaining reputation with an enemy faction of the ones you've chosen lowers your reputation with your current faction, and leveling your faction reputation up costs money. Losing it doesn't cost anything. Just saying. I think it would have been simple enough to go, okay, check which two or three factions they're part of, and give them those medallions. But no, apparently they didn't code it that way. This was a heavily hyped update, being the first update after the Tau update. So my questions are just kind of like, why? Why the feeling of the lack of polish? Why this these weird assumptions in the mission? Why make the main boss invulnerable when her AoEs cover the entire map in the entire room except in these locations? There's there's a lot rough about this mission type, and I know that that's usually the case but come on, TE. You've been making this game for 13 years. You can't leave out the newbies like that after you say, hey, we're going to have a skip for the newbies in the Devil's Triad. It doesn't feel like going back on your word, it just feels like a way of getting out of it. Which is worse. Which is worse. Because now it's like... It's not can we trust what you say, it's does what you say actually mean what we think it means? And why does it feel like their power has the same damage ramp as the Jade Light? Like, until you can prove to me that that's not what's happening and that's why I'm dying consistently, it has the same damage ramp as the Jade Light, and that's fine in an AoE as small as the Jade Light. It is not cool every other time, guys. Every other time, it's bullshit. Also, why are my abilities not working as well? I think you overloaded mechanics into this mission. I think we've overloaded the mission with mechanics, most of which aren't even talked about. Yeah, you've overloaded this mission with mechanics. This is ridiculous. Things that can be summoned to slow you down, things that are invulnerable. This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous mission, and I don't even know where the last shadow graph is. What is it with you guys right now? Yeah, these missions are BS. DE. And I'm not saying that because I'm struggling with it. I'm saying that because if I'm struggling with it, your newbies are screwed. Because I train a bunch of them. And none of them would be able to keep up with, oh, I guess that's a fucking mechanic. It's just not right, DE. It's just not right. Having whole areas filled with fucking auras that sap your life and force you into your fail-safe ability, that's not proper game design. It's just not. And I don't know where this third thing is even supposed to be. This is ridiculous. Oh, there it is. Still, that was a ridiculous... It's not exactly hidden, but still. Having to walk through not one, but a continuous field of health sap is ridiculous when it slows you down, too. This is a great example of how to overload a mission with mechanics without telling anybody the mechanics of the mission beforehand. There's no tutorial for this. There's, hey, get the ink. Hey, throw the ink. That's not a tutorial. The fact that you can shoot some of the follies, but not the original? What even is that? I know that's created by the Polyopia thing, but so are those massive fields of death. And if you're in more than one of them with the damage ramp, it's ridiculous. I'm really wondering how much of this has been tested versus just being released. I really am. I'm wondering how much of this mission has been tested because... And that freaking shift is really freaking weird. And I get an insignia. This is ridiculous. This is and it costs a ridiculous amount of resources to get any of the items, and to be fair, the mods that are available are cosmetic only if you haven't seen the first half of this video. So the fact that the mods the boost to the mods you're getting is only cosmetic does give me pause. It's a neat fashion idea, but I don't know, man. It feels very eh. It's kitschy. And I know this game is kitschy, but this just feels deliberately kitschy. And I can deal with kitschy, but it gives me pause when it's deliberate. Anyway, I've been, I guess, complaining for too long. Most people don't like listening to hear me complain. In fact, people say that I stress them out by doing so. But I don't think my new players would be able to deal with this. I think I can, and I think that part of that skill, but most of it's just the fact that I have a couple of extra arcane revives and mostly maxed out warframes. I attribute it more to my equipment than I do to my skill. And I've never thought that that should be a measure of this game. Your ability to pilot the warframe should, in my opinion, always be more apparent to the warframe's survivability than the warframe's abilities. Back when Valkyr was just kind of hanging on because of her ult, yeah, I felt the same way. Why is my favorite warframe only hanging on because she has an ultimate that makes her temporarily invulnerable, but it doesn't scale the same way? So it just became this measure of why. What was the point? And for some reason, these balloons have no hitbox sometimes. Why? Ow, why do I get knocked down by the walls? That seems like an unnecessary punishment. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die because freaking amps suck in this game too. It's true. My amp, despite being one of the most powerful general purpose amps, is kind of ass. And not the good kind. Why did that teleport me? That was ridiculous and dumb. Again, another example of this mission being way overcomplicated. See? Mission way overcomplicated. It doesn't matter, I'm gonna die. And she drains all of my mana before I can even... Yep. You guys need to fix this mission. It's broken. This is a broken mission. I can play it because I'm exponentially more powerful than the enemies. That's it. That's it. Otherwise, this is an unplayable mission. Like, yeah. And I know I'm running on solo and people are probably going, it runs perfectly fine on multiplayer. No. No. Not with that level of mana sap. Not on regen when you're still invulnerable. Why am I getting afflicted with energy drain when I'm invulnerable and can't be targeted? This is some BS. See, and now I get more endo. I don't need more endo. I need the gun or the other thing. This reminds me of the miter farm. It took me 2.5 days to get a handle for a miter. I ran the mission over 50 times. 2 of my friends were with me. This... Look, I get grindy. I get grindy. I've been with this game a long time, but this is beyond grindy. Just beyond grindy. The experience of the mission is unpleasant. At best. And I'm on Steel Path. And it was unpleasant on not Steel Path. And I don't want this to, like, turn anybody off of this game. I just want DE to realize that, once again, they have set the bar far too high. Once again, they have set the bar far too high. And I'm upset about it because they always set the bar too high, when it comes to Vesper Relay. Operation Eyes of Blight, they thought they were going to get a lot more people to come in and a lot more activity. And they got almost enough. I was there. That night I went to bed and I thought, okay, we might have gotten this. The next day, Vesper Relay was gone. So now I'm sitting here again going, is this just us setting the bar too high because it's Vesper Relay? Because we've been waiting for years to get to come back here for any reason? And if that's the case, I'm upset about it. And no, no, they don't get to do that. I'll play it until I get the things I need, and then I'll stop playing it at that point. And I know that that's exactly what they don't want. Because if no one engages with the new stuff, their numbers look bad. I know the game development industry. I've lived around it my entire life. What even was that? Someone needs to tell me what that was right now. Because that was some BS. I was 3 hit. And because I can't target it, I can't respawn. If you're gonna have something have an AoE like that, make it killable and make it count as a freaking Eximus. That's my only fix for you. I'm mad about this mission. No, I'm mad about this mission. I'm not even sad. I'm not even sad. I'm just upset about this mission, guys. I I was looking forward to this mission and now I'm not. I wanted this to be a fun thing to do. I don't think anyone watching, and I don't think it's because of my commentary either. Not entirely anyway. But I don't think anyone watching this wants to play what I'm doing, wants to do what I'm doing. I don't. I don't think they want to do what I'm doing. And if they don't want to do what I'm doing, because you're overloading the mission with these different hazards that you don't tell people about, I can't blame them. I just have to cross my arms and go, really, DE? Again? This isn't the first time this has happened either. Jordis, if I recall correctly, the Jordis Precept had this same issue. Back when it was a 8-person mission, so don't tell me we're doing that again. Because the main problem with the Jordis Precept and when it was an event was we needed more collaboration and we didn't get it. And that wasn't necessarily the problem of the players. No one had played in teams of 8 before. Warframe didn't really support it very well. And it was such a mechanically dense mission and had so little instruction on how to do it that it caused a lot of people to just bounce right off of it and be unable to. It required people to have a bunch of things unlocked that were difficult to unlock to begin with. So I don't know, DE. I don't know what you want to do. I don't know what you're trying to do. But I'm kind of astonished in a bad way. I'm looking for paint, but because it doesn't appear on the fucking mini map until we find it, and then we get AoE'd into the ground by something that drains half our hit points in a second, and it's unkillable. This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous mission. And we're dead. I I can't get behind this mission, guys. It's just you get clotheslined too much. The monsters are not too powerful, just they're save or suck. The goal isn't even to kill the monsters. The goal is to fill the canvases. So why? Again, why? Please give me something worthwhile. Please give me something worthwhile because I don't want to do this mission again. And we don't get it. Yeah. It's not even I want to get something good because I want to get something good. It's I want to get something good because I want to stop playing this mission. Let's see if finishing the quest actually gives us anything. Or if it's just, here, farm this now. Honoria challenge. Yeah. So that's a frustrating thing to run into. Well, I'm gonna run it till 7. See if we get anything worth building. If not, eh. I mean, we probably won't. There's the mirror. There's also a couple of spots in this map that you just get locked into geometry. Um, I know that complex geometry is hard, guys, but we're ninjas. Our whole job is to jump through places that we're not supposed to. So, and we've already got the poly body thing going. This is an exhausting game mode. Also, I know for a fact that one of you DE guys is a Discordian because Discordians revere holy fools. Or the other two. Like, I don't even have much of a problem with the fact that there's weird and difficult placement on the goals. This is a manageable mission-ish when there's one folly to deal with. It becomes massively unmanageable when you've got multiple to deal with, and that keeps happening. And I can hear you all going, use your abilities, use your abilities. I get it. I probably should. But not everyone's going to have Wisp available. So if my Warframe has to be entirely equipped to make this a manageable mission, what are we really looking at here? And I know you have to beat Chains of Harrow first, but really? I have 57 now. I should have closer to 60, but I think less spawned this time, which is strange to me. Look at that continuous field of death. And the fact that they can stagger you while you're in it and knock you down. Most Warframes can make fields like that, to be fair. And I'm a little upset that I don't know where that last one is, because I'm gonna need that. Now I basically need the Atramentum, otherwise it's gonna take me a really long time to unlock anything. I'm out of caffeine. Nothing. Nothing worth mentioning. Honestly, I feel like it's worth it to do it in Steel Path if you have it available, just because while it's more miserable, you get notably more Atramentum. And I feel like that's a decent enough trade-off. The fact that there's a little bit more Atramentum out here feels like it's okay-ish, because otherwise it's going to take so many runs because you only get about 50 each time. And you need 400 for any of the parts and 1200 just for the thing. And keep in mind you need 360 just for the cosmetic modifier to a mod. A mod. Can you imagine how many times you would have to do this mission in order to just to do the primed mods or the steel mods? Just doing your legendary mod collection would be prohibitive, I feel. Which is cool. It means that you've played this miserable game mode a whole bunch of times, more than anyone probably should for their sanity. But why? Bragging rights? Really? I mean, I know people will do it, but really? Just becomes one of those things that makes me go, why? What's the point? I love this game so much. Two, it's got good writing, it's got good characters. The events are honestly really cool most of the time, but but why, guys? This feels mean. This game mode feels mean. It feels like you don't like us anymore. And you kind of gotta like us because we're kind of the ones that pay for your shit. I've been cursing more than I want to. And I'm dead. I love how that was open a minute ago and it's not now. I think I remember back when missions like this were tied to the last one you completed. I don't remember how long ago that was. Really? And it doesn't even count as an enemy. And Folly can't even be injured. Wow. Wow. Just just wow, guys. This is a little ridiculous. I've been one shot twice by that field. Also, why do you make a field like that amplify its own damage so much? When they spawn everywhere. It's everywhere. See? There's multiple follies, so this is oppressive. I can't find any ink. This can't be the intended way that this mission is supposed to go. Just saying. You've overloaded it with too much crap because you guys develop for your upper tier only. You know my friends who like I have friends who beat the HO9 Ifirvon tank before the debuff where it had unintended Healy benefits and armor. And I just want to point this out. They beat it multiple times. I feel like you're designing for the people who are built different like that. Your words, not mine. Systems again. I legitimately need a, like, let's see, 400, 400, 400. I need 2,400 just to be able to purchase And that's just to buy the Warframe and the part and the blueprint parts. That's not even to get these new art mods that don't do anything. They told us that they don't do anything except for whatever reason make your mods look like Rainbow Sherbert. Yeah, this is a very mechanically dense mission to expect newbies to be able to play. And I know you're not exactly still new if you've gotten to Chains of Harrow, but because of course. Dun dun dun. Give me the main blueprint of the thing. That'll cut my thing in half, my requirement in half. Give me the gun blueprint. Rawr, gun blueprint. Gun, gun, gun. Yes, please. Crossing fingers now. Yes. Okay, I've got enough to build them now. I'm gonna run it a few more times. I said I would do missions until 7. Because honestly, each one of those things I get is worth one of those colored mods. And I like playing this so little that I'd rather go and farm the items than have to come back in here 5 times for a mod. Why do I have to run a steel path mission 5 times, guys? For one item. For one part of one item. Because if I'm getting 80, and that's only on this steel path mode, rarely, I have to run it 5 times. So it's like more like 5 or 6. And you're getting like 50 average abouts on the other ones. So that turns it into 16 runs. Or sorry, no, 8 runs. It doubles how many you need. I don't like it. It feels like having to do a lot of missions for a single Warframe. Kome was like that too, but at least she didn't take as long to build. I should have sought out those other bits before grabbing that, but it's okay. $37. It's also why I keep breaking all of these, because if they're gonna give me free stuff that I can just go around and pick up like Rune Marrow, I'm gonna just go and pick it up like Rune Marrow. $62. Oh, there it is. 67. Oh, there's another one. 71. Let's go. Boop. That doesn't sound right. Has to be back here. Really? I wouldn't hate this modifier if it wasn't so ridiculous already. Dun dun. I hope I get another good drop. I'm tired. And I'm sad about this not being my new favorite mission type. I actually really like Tiana Pass and Mirror Defense. I just find there to be some error problems with it. I did use that as a comparison earlier, but I wanted everyone to know that, like, I do like Tiana Pass. It's fun. There's Endo again. No, let's go to 7:30. I'll probably be able to squeeze in 2 more missions. It feels like a folly to do this mission. I mean, that's true. I kind of knew that bit already, though. So it didn't phase me any. Ack! Oh yeah, that's not open. That was ridiculous, but okay. Boop. Please give me another blueprint that I need. Come on, come on, come on. Crossing fingers. Darn it. 2 parts for the gun and 1 part for the warframe isn't too bad, but good, because I'm really high ranked in your society. That's a bad place to put that if you're going to put an objective that you have to discover right behind it. To be fair, that's also only for 1 copy of the warframe. Most people are going to need 2 copies if they want to use 1 for helmet. Instantly, the freaking multi-monster. Of course. $65. I really don't like it when she says that because that's pretty much my whole existence. The whole everything is vibrating, but not always at the same speed, and sometimes it makes a fucking noise and I don't like it. Yeah. Don't know if anyone's had that, but yeah. If you have, welcome to somebody who understands. How did I die? Did I literally get kicked back into my warframe and then, like, health drained before I could transfer? Where is my warframe? Um, what the hell was that? That was some buggy ass shit. Awful buggy crap. Be Why do I have less hit points than I'm supposed to? Why am I on the ground in the field? See what I mean by too many mechanics? I have to now unlock the door and get out of the field before it kills me, because it'll kill me in less than 3 seconds. This is ridiculous. I keep saying that. Also, it never lets you collect the drops after you win. It should auto-collect those. Blueprint, blueprint, blueprint. It didn't even give me a drop this time. What? What? Now I'm sad. That was... What? It didn't even give me a drop. Well, this is probably going to be my last run, and that's upsetting because I feel like I missed a drop somehow, which is total crap because that's supposed to auto award. See, now I'm mad. I got a good drop and then I just literally got no drop at all. That should never be the experience, guys. Not from this mission. I can't even judge if that's a bug or if it's working properly. And that bugs me. And the fact that Folly can just spawn on you. We're not even talking about that part, are we? I don't like this mission. You guys can and should do better. Forcing people to relive trauma is never gentle, regardless of the method you want to use. There might be one more. Why does my amp do so little damage? That's right, because you can't mod it to do any other kinds of damage. It only deals void damage, and thus... Well, maybe we'll get a couple more in. Please give me something I need instead of jipping, cheating me again. And 3,000 more end up. We might get one or two more missions out of this recording session. Cool. Yay! I hope you guys can see just for like yourselves though that like this is a really, really frustrating mission to have to rerun this many times. My attention is partially on you guys though, and I know there's probably nobody in the chat, but like it's just very I feel a little bit cheated out of that last one. That didn't give me any rolls for the This is probably going to be one of the last things I actually use my Bubonico for before I get the upgraded variant. $55. And of course, because there's definitely one or two more. Dang, that one's closed off now. Red. We're gonna get one more in, definitely. Nothing in that room. That room's closed. This feels like playing a zombie survival every time I come in here. Nothing in there. That room's closed. Can't get in there. Then the zombies just start spawning in horrible places. Where could it be then? Already got the one on the first floor. Oh. The paint may not care, but we should. I hope it actually gives me something I need this time. Otherwise, I'll play one more. Nope. Nothing I needed. If almost enough. Yeah, it's in that room. The monsters, when they first start spawning, always come from the room the closest painting is in. I do love this game, though. It's meditative. Even within its base assumption, it's fairly meditative. That's my alarm. That tells me it's 7:30 and I've played a little long, or that my computer's a little slow. Sorry, I had to go dismiss that just for a second. Med time. Kind of like bedtime, but it prevents the headaches. I mean, bedtime does help with that too. That does definitely mean this is going to be our last run, and I really hope that means we get to end it on a high note. Because that's all she wrote, right? We win. Really? 9 meters away and it didn't pick up? That was frustrating. Yeah, give me something I need, please. Again, no. Alright, well. That's gonna be the end of our stream, guys. You have a good one. The drops on this are kind of ridiculous.